Good morning. A new day, a new stream, a new terraforming problem solving session, maybe. PJ King, what's up? Good morning, good morning. So, I didn't stream yesterday, didn't work yesterday, but the day before that we made some very nice progress and we're just at the edge of actually getting to the terraforming. Almost. So we have this nice marker which marks the vertices. The edge indeed, Cooler SK, what's up? And if I remember correctly, so right now when I started this scene and tried some things with this marker, it actually looks quite okay. We only have 100 points, that's why we're seeing this error. But if I remember correctly, we also had a problem with some points being included that shouldn't be. So let's look into that. And I'm also going to take, so right now we have 100 number of visualization points. That's the max. Let's up that to 400 and look and let's see how it looks with that many points. Like, the terrain consists of multiple patches, and getting the correct vertices to be notified between patches, that was the problem we were working on last Tuesday, I think. But like right now we're standing between multiple patches and we get the correct markings here. So I don't remember we're ending on that note. Good morning, Harukanan. So let's see it. Let's take a look at the code real quick. Grid points getter and action terraform and terrain patch. That are the classes included in this. So let's see here. Action terraform, we just have a point and a radius, and then we ask for, or we collide. We do a overlap sphere. Oh yeah, now I remember. Okay, so the problem was that we did an overlap sphere with double the radius, and that's why we had an issue. But that's not the only issue. So we changed that to be the radius instead of the diameter. We check which terrain patches are within this overlap sphere. And then for each terrain patch we call get vertices within circle. And then we show our visualization objects. So this method transforms the point from world space to object space. So the object space is the terrain patch in questions space. We have an offset also so we don't work with negative values, only positive object space values, because it's easier to convert them to indices, which we do here. We actually, instead of getting points within a circle, we get indices within a circle. That's pretty nice. And then we get a 2D index, and then we convert it to an 1D index, and then we get the vertices. So the problem within this method was when we create grid point indices here. So we actually clamp them on the X direction, which means that we won't get points outside of a patch. We don't have any errors anymore. But the problem was that we also need to clamp it on the Y direction, if I remember correctly. And we don't do that. Which means So like if we are focusing one terrain patch, the edge of a terrain patch, we have the sphere over there. If we get, we pretty much include indices that are outside of the patch, but I'm not entirely sure that is true. Yeah, okay, now, because we do this. Okay, so we actually ended on a good note last stream, but maybe not the best note. So everything is fixed, we only include the correct number of points. Let me just double check that. So right here we are between 4 terrain patches, I think. Yes. Do we have any duplicated points here? Let's take a look. I guess we're gonna have some right on the edge, but that should be the only... Okay, so that's this. Yeah, okay. So points exactly on the edge are included twice, and they should be, because this patch has these points. This patch also has these points. So this point, we should have 2 points here. So if I hide this one, we get another one. And if I hide this one, we don't have any more. Same with this one. Oh, come on. And okay. And then we also have this one. This one should be marked 4 times, I think, as it should. So once per patch. We actually have 4 patches here. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. Yes. Okay, so we actually get all the points we should be getting. We don't get any more than that. The only problem, if I remember correctly, is, yes, that we could optimize it more. Because what we do here is we calculate all the outer points, making up the circle. The outer points on the right side, not the left side. We create the left side points when we create a grid point indices range. And so we create a set of grid point indices range here, but then we also filter it. And the question is, can we do the filtering before we create a set of structures that in the end might not be needed? And so the question is, can we do this filtering before we create the grid point indices ranges? And I think it can. Oh, did we screw up with this one as well? Oh yeah. So, yeah. We don't show ranges with an indices or where the number of steps are 0, which means that when we have a small marker like this, we don't get the top and bottom point here. And we definitely want to include those. Okay, so now we're back at where we were. I think I understand all the problems we're facing. So there's really I want to see what kind of result we get if we remove number of steps bigger than 0. And like this one still holds, and I think we can put this one here. So do it before we create the grid point indices. Because if a row is bigger than y or grid size as vector 2 int, yeah, grid size, yeah, can definitely do that one here, I think. But then we don't do our start index. Instead we don't work with ranges here, we work with points. So just point y, like this. Yes. And now we don't include rows with 0 number of steps. Or actually we don't filter them out, so we do include them. So and we have a problem here. This one is not showing, and I don't know why. And we get an error as well. Okay. I wonder if this should be okay. We're gonna add this filtering back and see if, like, I don't see how the error can be because of us doing this one step earlier. But it seems to be okay. Where do we have it? Here we have it. So we get an error as soon as we're overlapping. And the start index must be bigger than 0. Ooh, yes. Okay, now I remember. Damn, should have gotten this in place before I quit last stream. Okay, so before this point, still it doesn't make that much sense to me. Okay, let's see. Before this point we only have the exit points. Let me draw this so it makes a little bit more sense. So we have this marker, and at this point, what we have here is we have a set of points, endpoints, ordered from topmost to bottom. So let's do this maybe. So we have a set of endpoints. Right here we do have the maximum sed and the minimum sed. So this is after this is done, this is what we have. So which means, okay, which means that we should be able to do this. Because we do have the maximum Y and the minimum Y, so we should be able to do this. Up here. No, we should not. Okay. Because... okay. One very important part is that before we do this, we haven't offsetted these points. So these points are still located at Origo. And when we create these, that's when we add the origin, so we offset them. And the reason we do it this late is because we only have the endpoints and we want to mirror them before we add the origin, because mirroring them before makes it impossible to actually calculate, like it won't be possible to mirror them after we have offsetted them. Unless we do some extra calculations. But yeah. Okay, so that's the problem we're facing. So doing this, so doing these checks here, this works. This gives us the result we want, with the caveat that we're creating a lot of grid point indices ranges that we then just throw away. And I would like to be able to avoid this. So we could do this check, PY are indices. We could do this check could put the check back here. Oh yeah. So we could do the check up here with points once again, but we also do a origin offset. So that would be Py, but with two circle origin origin as index plus py. I'm going to take the y here. And then we do the same here. So we offset the indices in the y direction, and then we check to see if it's bigger than 0 and less than the terrain patch. Okay, so now no errors, and we create less unused grid spheres or indices ranges, so that's good. One problem still exists though. We miss out on a couple of points here. This one and this one, because the number of steps here are 0. What's up by me? Hey, you threw my lurking habits out of out of kilter yesterday. I'm sorry about that. It was a, what do you call it, national holiday here in Sweden. So did some family stuff. Okay, so the second thing here is this check here, and we should be able to check for this one before this one as well. There's two problems with this checks. We actually do want ranges where the number of steps are 0, for instance this range and this range. But there exists a very special case as well when we're overlapping another, or does it? Let's see here. There might exist one case where this one gives us more points than we want. Okay, I will forgive you just this once. Appreciate it. What's up, Robert Pattinson? Explain shaders. I don't think I will be able to. Okay, so let's just skip this one, see if we can identify. And then identify if this leads to a problem or not. I don't know. Let's see here, we have a terrain patch here and a terrain patch here, and then we have these points for this terrain patch and these points for this one. Okay, so no problem here actually. Candy cotton indeed, looks very nice. So this is the, we output the tangent as a color, and that's why we get this nice color. Very nice. I like this one more than outputting the normal color. And yeah, the grass is currently in hiding. Okay, so in this test, let's see here, let's try, so this one might be a better test. So this is where 4 terrain patches meet, and if we don't get an error here, I think we're good to go actually. So we don't need that additional check. Yeah, looks good. Okay. That looks nice. One more thing before I want to take the next step. So yeah, this order by here, I don't even think we need this one, so we might as well remove this one. We don't need them ordered by Y, but it might be nice to have for now. So let's see, to do remove and is there anything else I note? We no longer filter by, what is it, r dot number of steps bigger than 0. Robert Patterson, is your PC making sound when you're running Unity? Yes, it does. Hopefully it doesn't. Hopefully it can't be heard on stream. But yeah, my PC works pretty hard. So lastly, we have the question. It can't be heard. Okay, nice. You scared me for a second there. The last thing I want to do is grid point indices ranges here. When we create these, I think I want to create them as one-dimensional indices instead of this. So we can skip end index as well. Or we calculate number of steps here by using it, so that might not be. I think we can calculate it by. Yeah, I think we can do this. Okay, start index we still want, and we want to. We want to clamp it as well. PC working hard, what type of video capture are you using? I'm running OBS here. And okay, it's not working that hard when we when Unity isn't running as well. But like worst case scenario, we're running OBS here and we're simulcasting. But that should be okay depending on the implementation of the plugin. I don't know what encryption or whatever it's called algorithm we're running on the we're using a screen capture software, so no fancy stuff like HDMI capture card or things like that. But although I think the software relies on or uses some NVIDIA technology, you know, so maybe some hardware stuff as well. Robert Patterson, yes, you got me. What's up, Cypher? how are you doing today? So back to this. Right now we represent this one by a vector, so a 2D index, start index, and a 2D end index, and then a number of steps. It would be very nice to be able to filter this down to something like public int start index, let's call it 2 for now, and number of steps. So this is actually everything we need, but we also want to clamp the indices, and we want to clamp them on X. So I think we can do, let's do this. Yeah, let's do start index, remove this, and we do int start index. Oops. Yeah. So origin as index, X minus center point as index. So we get the start index. And then we do number of steps is equal to end index, but we can take this one as this, but we do plus here. So endpoint start index, but this is still a 2D index, like it's the X coordinate of the 2D index. We're gonna fix that as well. I mean, okay, that might explain the PC running hard. Yeah, I mean, like worst case scenario, we have this like video capturing software streaming it out on the internet to 2 different endpoints. So that's just the streaming, and then when we start running this, we have a a game running at like full speed. That's when the computer starts making noise. Right now it's quite quiet. Cypher good just got an R stack working. Yeah, what is an R stack? And how's the whole house business going, by the way? Okay, so this is still a 2D index. We need to make it a one-dimensional index, so we need to offset it on the Y direction. So it's basically going to be it's a little bit of a mess, but so at the end I would like to do start index. This is where I need to start commenting my code, because this is just weird, to be honest. But here we want to do plus equals to, and we want to offset in the Y direction, so it's pretty much centered. This is a mess. Because what we need to do here then is origin as index plus centered point as index dot y multiplied by bounds. Yeah, multiplied by bounds dot max, I think. Yeah, and then we need to cast this one as well. and we want to cast the whole thing. No news yet, did all the inquiries, just waiting on solicitors. Okay. The boring waiting part. Using Docker. Lots of learning and headaches on how it all works. Yeah, like, it feels like I always find myself being in like conversations with engineers working with Docker, like multiple times, and I've never worked with it, but I hear it a lot. Seems to be extremely powerful. Like in its purpose, you know. Okay, so this is a mess. What's happening here is that we offset the X index here in relation to the origin, or with the origin. And then we do it with the endpoint as well. And then we calculate the number of steps here. Then we want to get the start index offset, like, then we want to convert the start index to a one-dimensional index, and it's just a mess. So, like, to make it cleaner, I don't know how optimized we actually want to do this, but to make it cleaner, we should actually do it like this, but we do vector 2D int start index 2D, and we do vector 2D end index. So we calculate it as we did. We do this twice though, but yeah, whatever. And we do, I wonder why we're not getting any errors here. Maybe just call this one index. Start index is equal to start index 2D plus, or actually dot x, and let's do start index 2D dot y multiplied by bounds dot max plus this one. And yeah, then we need to, is it, yeah, it's bound.max. Oh yeah, that's another thing I want to do. So this is how we want to do it. But it bothers me that start index is named 2D here, but it isn't that here. We use it a lot at work, well, containers, Kubernetes, yeah, Kubernetes, or however you pronounce it, that is another thing I've heard a lot. Nice to hear. Like, if I've understood it semi-correctly, it's used, so Docker is used to make it easier to run something on multiple different platforms, or something like that, right? I'm on very thin ice here. We could call this one left, or actually start point as index, and let's rename it with this one, endpoint as index. There we go, a little bit better named. Maybe. So that change, the only thing that happens then is that we can remove this one and just do grid point indices range dot start index here. It's kind of like a VM. Yeah. It's very, very smart, as at least, or so I've heard. Ooh, okay. Semi-okay. Start point as index y times bounds max. One sec, I just need to run and close my balcony because they're doing some work outside here and it's sounding a lot. One sec. Okay, back. Let's see. I've actually got a container for an RTMPS tunnel that allows me to multicast from my NAS, takes the strain off my PC. So OBS streams to my NAS, then my NAS. Yeah. Oh yeah, that is a solution I should be looking into. That is very nice. So you pretty much only have one output from your PC. You only stream to one place on your PC, and that place you stream to splits it up and sends it onwards to multiple endpoints. Yeah, it's like, that's very nice. That's like, I think there exists a company that has that as their whole business. I think it's called Restream or something, and it records backups too. Oh, nice. But yeah, like streaming to 2 different endpoints, yeah, it's like double the work, but still not that bad. But when you start getting into streaming to 3 different places, yeah, that's when you probably need a solution like that. Okay, so how did I manage to screw this up? Start index, probably this line right here. So we offset this one, we offset this one. We clamp it here. Do we want to clamp it? Ooh, no, it should be okay. Is my bounds here the wrong one? Basically, what I'm trying to do is instead of doing this, oh, we do resolution +1 here. Oh, yeah. Okay, is that the only thing I failed on? Because if then that would be very nice. So +1, maybe, hopefully. It has been quite, let's see here, complex, to be honest, to get this whole chain in place, but we're basically going from a 3D point and float value in world space, and we want to get it as a one-dimensional index. So it's a long chain, but it seems to be in place right now. Although it feels like when we do terraforming as well, when we work with this action terraforming, we want to change the camera angles as well. We will probably want to automatically zoom out from the character and tilt the camera upwards more, just to make it easier. I might just add that real quick as a task here, so I remember. Implement camera constraint change while terraforming. And this, I'm gonna have to look into this, but this might mean that I'm gonna have to create one additional issue. I'm not entirely sure how my camera controller implementation handles camera constraint change. I don't know if I have a method for that one implemented. But it basically comes down to, so camera controller here has two different camera settings. It has manual and automatic camera settings. So it just comes down to, we need to create a terraform camera settings, and then we need to, while terraforming is active, we need to send that one to the camera controller. Like, hey, use these settings instead. Should be pretty straightforward, but we might need to extend it a bit. But yeah, okay, this looks very nice. Look at it. So the point, like, we're currently, the approach we took to render these terrain points is extremely unoptimized. So if we just have one point, we're at around 200 FPS. But as soon as we go up to this, we lose like 100 FPS. And it's basically just, I do wonder though if if it's the algorithm itself as well, or if it's just... I guess we're gonna have to find out. So, I have a few different things I want to do now. FPS is overrated, I agree. I have a few different things I want to do now. So first of all, I want to take these points or these indices we have and alter our terrain. And second of all, I want to convert this current solution we have for visualizing these points. I think I want to implement it as a shader, I think. But we are going to implement the actual terraforming first, I think. Back in my day I played those games that had 8 FPS and we liked it. Yeah, I remember those days. So, we have get vertices within circle. We're gonna leave this method here, I think. And we're gonna do something like this. Let's see. Public. Okay, we're gonna start by just terraforming all the included points by some distance in the y direction, negative or positive. So we're gonna create a function that is void. I wonder if probably want bool here eventually, but let's go with void for now, because I want to, like, our action terraforming is going to call this method and I want to return if it succeeded or not from here. So depending on that we will do some animations and whatnot. But public void alter terrain within circle. Let's call it that for now. So vector 3 origin, yeah, float radius, and then we're gonna do float change. And we want to do this, we want to do this, we don't want to do this, and we don't want to do this. So we're going to take those two lines, and then we're going to do, let's see here, for each, yeah, we create our grid point indices for within the circle. We don't do add range, instead we do mesh data gets up to, no we don't. Okay, we're gonna do something similar to this, but not exactly this. Instead we're gonna do I want to see one thing here. Generate vertex data at index based on height map. How do I want to do this? Okay, so we want to do fucking hell, I hate get index wrapped. Okay, so basically what we want to do is something like this. Let's see. Alter terrain within circle. We want to do for each the more I think about this, the more problems appear. So basically what we want to do is for each point in grid point indices range, alter mesh data dot position, and then when we have done that for each of them, okay, so this is okay. Let me try and explain what problem I thought we had, because it turns out it's probably not a problem. So alter mesh data position, and then recalculate normals, etc. So I thought this was a problem because I thought we were manually going to do alter mesh data position and then recalculate these things, which means that if two patches, neighboring patches, are altering, like if we take the first patch and we alter the edge vertex and then we recalculate the normals on that edge vertex, the neighbor patch won't have changed its data just yet, which means that we will have a problem, and we will calculate the normal based on the wrong unaltered data. But it's thanks to methods like this, where we basically only rely on terrain data height, so the height texture, because the idea is when we do altering, we're going to take a brush, or like it's a 2D texture, and then we're gonna apply that texture on the terrain texture, which means that the height map of the terrain texture has changed. And we do that for each terrain patch first, and when that is done, that's when we go through and recalculate the positions, the normals, and the tangents. And which means when we do this, we only use the height map texture, and that one will be changed for all patches, which means that this will be okay. So pretty much when we calculate the indices here, we do that not for the height map change, but rather for only recalculating the normal positions and tangents for the relevant points, and the most important part, only updating the affected parts of the mesh here. It's a little bit of a mess, but yeah. But let's see here. So do I want to... Okay, so before we continue with this one, I want to do one other thing first. And that is, let's see here. I want to do terrain data container. Here we have a method called, we have set terrain data, so this one sets the data for the full texture. So I want to implement a function like this, but we're gonna do, let's see here, alter raw height, instantiate data. I want a function like alter terrain data, texture 2D. Do I want to call this brush? Is that a nice name? Brush. And then I wonder if I want Unity bounds. Unity bounds, right? Do we have... Unity bounds 2D. Collider 2D bounds. Or, yeah, we have a Unity rect. Yeah, that's what it's called. Is the XY in the top position here? No. No. Okay, so we start here. 0, 0, width, height. What's up, Dino? Chris, I still play games with no FPS and love them. Are we talking about, like, board games? Them too, yeah. Okay, so this is what we want to create, I think. So we want to do, yeah, new rect. We want a bounds rect, or rect. Yeah, I think we're gonna create one of these and cache them, so we don't need to recreate it all the time. So we're gonna do data, private, render texture, temporary container. Is that what I want to name it? So when we create one of these, instantiate data, Yeah, and here we do temp data container is equal to okay, so when we alter terrain data here, we want to do something similar here, but we want to do, can we do graphics.blit? Oh, we have a lot here. Source, material, source destination. Do we have... Scale, offset. I want to double check that one. But I was thinking about text games like MUDs. Text games are nice, but I don't know what MUDs are. Multi-user dungeon, is that the... Oh, I remember playing things similar to MUDs when I was younger. Extremely nice. So what MUDs are, or MUDs are popular these days? Or like, which ones would you recommend? Graphics, Blit, Unity. I'm most interested in this one, I think. What do we have? Let's see here. Scale and offset. Scale, the scale to apply, the offset to apply. Okay, I wonder if this is what we want to use. So basically I want to do a partial blit. Unity partial blit is, do we have something like that? I'm interested in this one. Unity, let's see, blit small texture to part of peak texture. Ooh, I remember this one. For me, the good ones are Discworld. I want to check this out. Discworld. And I'm just going to write these down and check them out. Although I'm not that familiar with Terry Pratchett's world. The Discworld then, I suppose. Okay, let's see if they have the solution here. I don't want to do set... maybe I will have to rely on set pixels, although... depending on how big the brush is, that might be extremely unoptimal. We will see, we'll see. Set pixels, probably. This is the one I would be interested in. Like, if we take a look at this one, basically what we're doing here is that we take, this is where we change the full data. We take a texture 2D and we blit the data from that one into a temporary container on the GPU. This one already exists on the GPU side, so it's pretty straightforward. Then what we do here basically is that we read back those pixels to our data. So this is basically how we get the data from the GPU to the CPU. Oh, Antonino, by the way, sorry I didn't catch your first message. And I appreciate it. I appreciate the kind words. For me, the good ones are okay. Dark mode. Enjoy the lurk, Dino Chris. Yeah, I mean, following a live stream might be, sometimes it's a bit of a mess. But I do agree. I also wonder why more people don't watch my live streams. So we add a texture to another texture on the GPU, and then we get the data back to the CPU. And this is costly, but I don't see... It's a little bit of a mess, to be honest. But if the brush is small enough, we should be able to do it on the CPU and then send it to the GPU. But if we're working with a brush that is, I don't know, 512 times 512 pixels, doing it on the CPU, like applying the brush to the terrain texture, might be a bit too costly. I don't know. Like sending data, the bus, that is probably what costs the most. But changing too many pixels on the CPU, like there exists some point where we will be able to do this quicker if we do it on the GPU. But to be able to do that with a small brush, where the brush is smaller than the data, I need to do... I haven't done that with Blit previously, so I don't even know if it's possible. I mean, you have to know it exists though, right? I.e. advertising it somehow. Yeah, that's true. I think... honestly, if I could just release videos on a regular basis and catch the interest of the YouTube algorithm, that would help a lot. Unfortunately, I'm extremely slow on making new videos. Yeah, I'm not talking about live stream videos, I'm talking about like devlog videos. So hopefully videos with a little bit more quality than live streams, you know. Okay, let's take a look at Blit. By default, the shader used for Blit just overwrites the values with new ones with an opaque blend. Yes. This means the alpha isn't ignored, it's still being written. Yeah, we need a custom shader as well, but that's okay. To use Blit to do compositing of multiple textures, you need to use a different shader, preferably one using... Yeah. Like what? So when we do graphics Blit from one texture to another texture using a material, I think we can make it work, but like... Okay, so applying a smaller texture to a bigger texture using Blit, we will still go through each pixel, but we will be doing it on the GPU, so it's okay. But what I'm trying to say is that just because we're changing a small area of pixels, it won't be any quicker than compared to changing a big area if we use Blit. Oh, you're right. I wonder if incrementing the name of each live stream video by 1 might help. I doubt it, but yeah, maybe I should. Antonino, I agree. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm also I'm trying to produce more videos on the side, but So I wonder, like, I wonder if I want to do, is something I want to do here is like check size and do GPU approach if size is bigger than X, whatever. So what I'm talking about here is if the brush is small enough, then we might just change the texture on the CPU and then send it to the GPU. If the brush is big enough, we might change the texture on the GPU, send it to the CPU, and then to the GPU. I don't know. Good morning, Skulltag. What's new? We are starting to dip our toes into actually changing the terrain. I guess that's what's new. Me making devlog video is a massive time sink. No wonder you don't do that. Indeed it is. But like, if we take for instance the grass shader I did, or maybe the apparel system, like when we implemented those things, it was a solid month of live streams. I don't know what that is. It's around 20 times 5, almost 100 hours or something like that. What I want to do is like, I want to condense all of that down to a very interesting 10-minute video where we go through like the most interesting points. And yeah, it is an extremely big time sink to do those videos, but I think they are, first of all, it's extremely fun to do them, and they are way more helpful to people than having to watch 100 hours of live streaming. I appreciate you saying my name correctly. Yeah, I try, at least. I try. Okay, so I just want to add some information here to my task, so I remember these things, because right now we're gonna go the CPU direction. So let's see here. Implement let's do terrain data container alter terrain data, and I want to add a note here. Applying height map changes to, yeah, I guess that's all. So when applying, or when altering the height map, what is it called? Data. Actually, let's do in, or not in, but held by two different approaches can be used. Right, I guess when you have time you can scour through the live streams and voiceover, annotate for a devlog. Yeah, I also have the problem of I have the problem of putting in too much work into my devlogs with like custom animations and stuff like that, but it's fun, you know. Flammerax, thank you so much for the follow, appreciate it. Applying, or let's see here, let's call it GPU first and CPU first approach. So here it is. Using graphics.blit to apply brush to data. Let's to apply the change texture to apply the change texture to the data texture, whatever. And then we do read it back to the CPU using read pixels, and then set it back to the GPU again using apply. So here's a problem. I know this seems like a pretty weird way of doing it. So basically we change some data on the GPU, then we read it back, then we send it back to the CPU, and then we send it back to the GPU. And that is because we're using a temporary texture to do this. And I mean, sending a lot of data back and forth, especially back from the GPU to the CPU, costly as fuck, but like altering pixels way quicker on the GPU than on doing it on the CPU. So it depends on like how many pixels we want to change. How big is the brush, I would say. Yeah, Sebastian Legs. I've watched. I don't know exactly how to pronounce that his surname, but yeah, I've watched pretty much all of his videos. They are amazing. Skulltag, what's up? Yes, read pixels is so slow. Yeah, I've heard the same. There's faster way for CPU. What faster way on the CPU do we have? Texture 2D Unity. Like if we take so set pixel is the slowest, set pixels is a little bit quicker, set pixel data is probably the quickest one, right? It uses unsafe. Okay, intrigued, exciting. But yeah, the other approach, let's see here. CPU first, using texture 2D dot set pixels or texture 2D dot, what did we call it? Set pixel data with a correct bounds or correct, and then send it back or send it to the GPU using apply. Actually, let's do texture 2D apply. I don't know if I have a lot of questions here. So does it exist a brush size where this one is quicker than this one? It pretty much has to, I think. I think it uses texture 2D get raw texture data. Load raw texture data. We have get raw texture data as an array that points to memory. Yeah, that's probably what we're gonna have to rely on. I think I'm okay with it. But as always, we're gonna do, let's see here. I want to add 2 nodes here as well. Possible optimizations. Implement both solutions working with raw texture data instead of the, is it color formatted data? I think so. But at that point, just use a compute shader. Yeah, that is the problem. And when we talk about compute shader, we can as well, since we're working with textures, we might just rely on classical shaders. So we might rely on just a graphics blit. But like, then again, the problem here, sending the data to the GPU, doing the blit on the GPU, reading it back on the CPU, then sending it back to the GPU again. Unless we can probably skip this step. I don't know. We'll see. But for now, we're gonna start with the most easy approach. So we're gonna do this, and we're gonna do it with set pixel data and such. And then we can go to here, and in the end, we can probably do it here. I made a game that heavily relies on texture copying, so I know a lot about this stuff. Ooh, nice. Had to optimize the crap out of it. Yeah, I can imagine. Like 2 months ago or 3 months ago, we actually implemented a apparel system here, which is almost finished. That also relies on similar stuff. So calculating stuff on the GPU and then sending it back to the CPU, and then use that one to mask stuff and stuff like that. It was an adventure, to say the least. So auto terrain data, let's implement this one extremely in a simple way first. So I wonder if we want to do, we have a brush, and I wonder if we want a float multiplier, or brush. Ooh, I want to use better terms here. Let's do brush strength. That's nice. So basically, let's see. We want to do yeah, what sucks here as well is that we're gonna have to read. We're gonna have to do get pixel data from both this one and this one, add them together, and multiply with brush strength as well, and then set pixels. Okay, so the most straightforward way to do this would be to do for int I is equal to 0, I is less than rect dot width, for int j is equal to 0, j is less than rect dot height, and then we do data dot set pixel. We don't want to set I and j, we want to set rect dot position dot x plus I, rect dot position dot y plus j, and the color we want to set here is alter terrain data. Oh yeah, here we assume that we're altering all channels as well. That is not going to be the case. So that is another thing. So data right now 4 channels, 32 bits per channel. Or no, or is it? Maybe it's 4 channels, but we're just using R for height right now. So we just want to alter 1 channel, and that is going to be like altering raw texture data. It's going to be easier to alter just 1 channel with those calls as opposed to these calls, because now we're going to have to do color new data maybe, and we do new color. Let's see here. Can you add colors together? I don't know. Data.get. Actually, let's do int the x data index is position a float. I guess is position what we want here. Center, no. Or is it just X? Yeah, there we go. And then we don't need a cast either, I don't think. Or we do. Okay. So dot get pixel x data index y data index. So that's the original color. And then I wonder if you can do plus. Can you do brush dot get brush get pixel Okay, you can add color, that's good. But then I want to do, can you multiply with... Okay, we could leave it as this for calculating the new data. And so adding the constraint that the brush here will only fill up the R channel if its height we want to alter. Or I wonder if we could do, probably can, new color 0.0f, 0.0f, 0.0f. And here we do get pixel R. And then we just set pixel new data. Although so something like this, loop through the width and height of this one, we offset it although alter terrain data, yeah, we want to keep it like this. Do we have any problems here if brush is bigger than rect? Yeah, get pixel, I probably want to rely on get pixel bilinear, I think. We do want to rely on UVs here instead, right? Because brush here can be so the brush, okay, so rect here is going to be a rectangle of the terrain, and this one is going to be discrete, so like pixel based. So is this one, but I mean this one will alter in size, this one won't, if it makes any sense. Like what I'm trying to say is that we will scale this one based on how big this one is. So brush IJ, here we probably want to do get pixel bilinear, and we do I divided by rect width and j divided by rect height, and this one is a float. Okay, nice. So now it doesn't matter which size this one is, we will always use the full texture. Okay. So now we have this method here, and we also want to do data.apply. Send it to the GPU. Although with the current solution we don't do that much with the data on the GPU side, but it's okay. So the first problem before we can start using this one right now is we need to calculate this one. So I've been saying this for a while. Right now we have, so get vertices within circle. Now we basically want to, given this circle, we want to create a square. So let's see here. I think we want to create a rectangle as well, I think. So, given this circle, like the idea is that if our brush is circle based, which I want it to be, then we only need to alter the vertices within this circle, but we still need to, I guess we don't need to, but depending on which approach we use for the texture alteration, we're gonna have to go with a square texture. And that's another reason why I'm doubting that this being more optimized than just taking the full square vertices. But yeah, whatever, let's get to that later on. So basically, now we only have the vertices within the circle. We actually also want these one here, or in the end, I don't think we need those. We just need to create a rectangle representing these points and those points. So a rectangle that fully contains this circle. Should be pretty straightforward. I think we have the center point and we have the radius. So the rectangle X and Y is just the center point minus radius, but we have to check if it's within the terrain patch. And then to get the Y, it's just the center point minus the radius, but we need to clamp that one as well. Putting those two together gives us this point. And then to get the width and height, it's just 2 times the radius, but we need to clamp that one as well. Yes, so let's create get vertex, get vertices within circle. Let's do public rect, get rect from circle. Yeah, I also thought about that. Get rect. Get rect from circle or get rect containing circle. Containing circle. Origin radius. So we're gonna float x is equal to mathf.clamp origin.x minus radius, and we want to clamp it between 0 and bounds dimension or resolution. Fuck yeah, okay. We want this one integer space, so we want to base it on resolution, I think. Dimension. But for that we need to do origin in plain object space, and we want to apply an offset as well. So instead of having origin in world space, we have it in object space, and then we offset it so we only work with positive value. That works with our rect. So we want to clamp, let's see here. Do I actually want to name it? So origin in plain object space. I said plain object space because we're setting the y to 0. Offsetted. Is it 2t? Offsetted. Okay, so origin x minus radius. Radius here is a float in world space. I wonder if we want to yeah, we want this rectangle to be representing pixel values, I think. So then we need to do origin x minus radius. I guess we can do this. Int radius yeah, we need to truncate it as well. Okay, let's create a function within here that is get vertex public vector to int get get index from point in world space. I'm just starting to get annoyed by my own inconsistency when it comes to index. So this method here gives us an index basically from a two-dimensional index. So this one implies that index is one-dimensional, but when we do get index from point in world space, index here, like the return type, implies that this index is two-dimensional index. It just annoys me a bit, but we're in the process of developing this. We're gonna clean it up later on. Unacceptable indeed. I know. So what we want to do here is origin in plain object space. But we do point, so we do point in plain object space. And then we want to offset it as well, and then we want to truncate it. So vector 3 offset point in plane object space offsetted. So then we do offset plus point in plane object space. And then we want to truncate it as well. Or actually, I wonder if we can go, I think we can truncate it here. So return new vector to int. And the indices then are, what is it? Point in plane object space offsetted divided by delta dot x. And then we need to do an int cast here, I thought. Oh, plus x. Delta is float, so let's do this. Yeah, that's it. And int, fuck it, let me just copy this one and do sed and is delta, yeah, y. Okay, so now we have this function. I would like to be able to use this function here as well, so which means that we can skip a few steps here. Do you work with negative values? Like our terrain patch has vertices that are negative in object space. That's why we do this offset here, to get rid of those. So yeah, the negative values gets offsetted, so all values are positive after this add here. What's up, Fabic? How are you doing today? So, I mean, can the point in plane object space offset be negative? So this one, no. So this can be negative, but since we add offset, this one cannot. Up x5. Oh yeah. But yeah. No, this one cannot be negative, thanks to this offset here. Because when we create the mesh, let's take a look. It was the same. It's the same logic here as here. So yeah, I'm trying to get rid of the duplicated code right now. But so when we generate the mesh here, we want to generate it around center. So generate base vertex at index. Here we do, so UV is between 0 and 1. So here we make it to be between minus 0.5 and 0.5. And then we multiply it by dimension x. So here we introduce negative values. It's just because of my obsession with having the terrain patch being centered around 0, 0, 0. But like the more we do calculations here, the more it becomes apparent that we might skip this offset and thereby skipping a lot of additional calculations later down the road. So yeah, big question mark around this one. Actually, so big that I want to add it here as notes. Thoughts. That's what we're gonna add it as. Notes. Just general thoughts, I suppose. Maybe skip centering terrain patch mesh around 0, 0, 0. I should be able to deduce what that means a week or two from now. Maybe skip centering terrain patch mesh around 0, 0, 0. Thereby avoiding a lot of back and forth calculations down the road. Like if you have a terrain patch where Origo or the center is actually in the bottom left corner, then the conversion to texture coordinates is so much easier. So that would pretty much mean yeah, we can skip this and this. But okay, let's see here. So now okay, so we want to do this instead. So let's see here. This one gives us point as index. So vector to int origin as index. Like this. So origin as index x minus, then we need to do this as well. So int radius as index length, I don't know, radius divided by delta. And once again, delta is two-dimensional here, but we don't need it to be two-dimensional. We're going to change that as well. Our patches are going to be squared. So, one more thing here. I think we want to add a round here. And same here. Okay, so x is origin as index x minus radius as index length. Can we do this now? Let's see here. Rect. Ooh, true. Thank you. I haven't even... Thank you. I have multiple spaces in my code where I can change it from round and int cast to round to int. A little bit cleaner at least. So, return new rect. I like to do return and instantiations on one line here because that means that there's one less place where I need to come up with variable naming. So rect, we want to do math f clamp origin as index x minus radius as index length, and we want to clamp it between 0 and resolution dot, or actually 0, yeah, resolution dot x, I thought. Yeah, okay. And then we're at width and height. Two times radius as index length. 2 times radius as index length, I think. Also, yeah, I think we want to do +1 here. I think we want to allow for it being resolution X and Y. I think. We'll see. There we go. Get rect containing circle. And the next step is I want to draw this as well. So that's what we're going to do next. So just as we draw these, we're going to draw this one. But before I do that, I need to run and grab a new cup of coffee. So be right back around 3 minutes. back. Sorry about that. Habuka, thank you so much for the follow. 4 minutes ago. Okay, so get rect containing circle. Yes. So now what I want to do is I want to create a function like vector3 get vertices within circle rectified or circle rect. And this one, this shows, we possibly have some error here, but this shows how much more straightforward doing this compared to this with this is. So we do rect is equal to get rect containing circle origin radius get rect index rect, maybe I should name it to be more specific. But then when we have this rect, what we do is oops. And here we just do, I guess we can do vector3 vertices is equal to but yeah. What do we do? I multiplied by, no, j multiplied by rect height plus I is equal to or in this case we could do, let's do it like this. Or index int index is equal to index ij. Will we get a mismatch here? I don't think we will. But this is a possible source of a out of bounds. But since we do this here, it should be okay. So then we do vertices index is equal to mesh data index dot position and then return vertices. So jumping to action terraform, instead of getting the points as get vertices within circle, we do get vertices within circle rect, and that should hopefully give us a square of vertices making up the terrain. I hope. Fuck me. Okay. 104. Oh, yeah. We don't clamp this one. Oof. Okay, so right now we get the lower left point, and then we just add the diameter as indices length, which means that we can end up outside. So this is one thing that causes an issue. So I guess we can do radius as index. We need to do a mathf dot max between min between 2 times radius as index length, or and then we want this one here. So yeah, int x, int y, because here we want to do or the minimum of resolution dot x minus x, right? So either make it 2 times radius as index length, or the max minus current position. That should be correct. I don't know. Fabric, so how was your day off, sir? And how is progress going? My day off was very good, thank you for asking. Just took it easy and spent it with family and friends. It was very nice. But now back at the grind, and I think the progress, I would say that the progress is pretty good today. Nothing to complain about. Okay, does this check out? Yeah, let's try it. Great to hear. Keep up the good work. Thank you. And how was your day off? You're having the whole week off, if I remember correctly. Or you're still grinding at it. Why are we still getting out of bounds here? Okay, so some other thing I did not anticipate. 106. So it's still this one. And yes. Oh, yes, of course. What we want to do here is... Although I'm a little bit... I guess that we need to do rect.x plus I, and then we need to do a cast and int rect.y plus j. But Fabric, why not both? Oh, that's true, that's true. Always getting these indices wrong. What do we have here? Row. Yeah, that's way too big, is it? 126. $14,000. Yeah, I think that's a bit too big. Okay. So 14,000. Or actually, that might not be too big. Is it? Oh, yes. Yes. So here we don't want index here, we want index here. So here we would just want j times rect dot width plus I. And yeah, then we need to cast it. Do we have rect integer? Would be way nicer. Rect int unity. Rect int. Okay, this is probably the one we want to work with instead. But okay, now this should. I really hope this will work. Jesus. Okay, so we have them here. Here we have our 4 points. Jesus. What am I missing? Okay, we have them at the wrong position. But other than that, why the hell are we getting such extremely bad performance from this. Oh yeah, we don't offset them with transform position. So now we should get the correct positions as well. I think. Okay, we have one more problem. It looks like we're losing. Are we losing it from the start? Let's see. Let's highlight all of these, and we're losing. This is how we go. Okay. Yeah, width and height needs to be one additional, which I find. So when we create the rect, we actually create it with +1 and +1 here. Rad 2 times radius as length. Oh, okay. When we create this one, we don't do +1. This is just a clamp. Okay, I get it. But why do we lose one here? Or is it that we're doing less than here? Yeah, I guess both would fix it. But if we do, what happens if we do less than equal to here and we're at the end here? That will suck, I think. Or no, it won't. No, it won't, because we do resolution X here, but when we create this one, we actually do it using resolution X +1, resolution Y +1. Or we do less than or equal to, rather. So yeah, then we don't want to do less than and we equal here as well. Or not. Oh yeah, of course, because then we don't do +1 here. It really is a mess. I need to figure out how we can clean that up. And here we get a little bit bigger than Are we still... What the hell? It looks weird indeed. What's happening here? This right here should be the first point, I think. Minus X, minus Z. It looks like we're missing... This is very weird. Yeah, we're missing one column here. I just wonder... How the hell did we... How the hell did I manage to do this? You see it? Oh, yes. Nice. Thank you. So yeah, that's related to this as well. That was a quick catch. And this, like, we have an extremely small radius, but we get big. I wouldn't worry too much about that one right now. Ooh, this is wrong. Okay, so what we're seeing here is because I forgot to clamp it on 0 as well, I think. So here we have two patches. We have the sphere going around here, I think. So on this side here we get a full patch. Also a little bit worried about the performance. We can see frame drop here. We didn't see that with the radius selection, so I wonder what is going on there as well. But so we can see here that a tiny bit of the sphere is on this patch as well. So we should only get a maximum set of points. So we need to do math F min. We need to do math F max here, I think. So instead of doing a clamp like this, we don't need this check here. I don't think. Let's see. But no, actually, what am I talking about? So this one, origin as index x. Fabric, is there a rounding error? Maybe. Like, let's see here. Maybe. It's just that... Okay, I can visualize the sphere by doing this. So we find the vertices within the sphere rectangle on this patch, and we get the correct one. But then when we do it on this patch, we get like all of them. And I think that's because so the X and Y is the wrong. We get the wrong starting position here, and I don't really get... Did I do something wrong here? Yes, probably. Yes, okay. I guess so. Point in plane objects, or... No, this one should still be... Okay... Let's see here. Point in world space. Transform it, offset it. This one should be okay. I think it's when we take origin as index minus radius. This should also be okay. Have you or Fabric or anyone else toyed around with save game persistent data in Unity at all, and how did you solve it? Yeah, I did some way back. It must have been 6 years ago or something like that. I didn't have that much data, so I don't remember exactly how I solved it. I might get back to you on that one. I don't think I used JSON. Yeah, and I don't think I used scriptable objects either. For this game I will have to, yes. But something I learned, or like, I'm pretty far from dipping my toes into persistent stuff in this game as of now. And Fabric, can you debug the rect values? Yes, let's do it. But yeah, let's do it. Let me just check. Let's remove this print while we debug the rect values. So rect, and let's do, we should be able to do rects should print pretty finely, or nice. It's ugly at best with Unity. I think I used, let's see here. I'm just gonna bring up my old repository and see how I solved it. Six years ago, I did some persistency stuff. Let's see. Data containers. Save data handler. I used a .dat file and okay. Yeah, I just relied on serialization for it. And deserialization. Yeah, this is pretty much how I did it. So I just had to make sure that each object that I wanted to save was serializable. Yeah, so I had serializable classes where everything could be serialized, and I should have a loop through. Set data and save. Yeah, I remembered this being pretty straightforward actually. As soon as I realized that, like, if I can represent all my objects as serialized objects or have a, like, yeah, so I pretty much had for each object I wanted to persistently store in this game, I also had a, like, twin class or whatever you want to call it, that only had the important stuff from the first one and where the variables could be serialized, and then just went with this binary formatter. And I mean, it worked. What about when it comes time to represent objects in multiple scenes? This game was a single scene game, so I don't know about that issue. I do like the task of persistency. Like, I find it fun. But I remember it being hell as well. As soon as you do some changes to your data and you have to handle different version of persistent data, that was a mess. Gets complex quickly indeed. it's not fun, and it is hell, and you have to deal with it. I think it's pretty... Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, one thing I noticed as well, so representing the object location, vector 3s in Unity are not serializable by default. They weren't at the point where I was making my game, at least. Okay, let's see here. We have 2 rects here, I think. 2, 0. So that's this one. And then we have 2 and 126. Okay, so we have it like this. Okay, there we go. So 2. Okay, so the X is okay. The Y is not. Actually, it works good for this one, but not for... What the... Ah... Okay, so I think the problem is... Yeah, the clamping in the... Oh, yes. Okay, 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 nice. It's this one. Yes, of course. Or is it? Let's see. Radius has index length or resolution y minus y. Yeah, I think it's this one is our culprit. Let's see. GUIDs are the way to go. Everything that needs to be saved component event needs its own GUID, and manage those in editor environments is mandatory. It's very tricky. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I know, like, persistency when it comes to this game, I know that it's going to be a big task to handle. And sure, I have been starting to, like, gather resources, but it's so far in the future that I'm not worrying about it right now. Yeah, I understand. And I'm listening. Like, when you find a solution that you think and that you like, I would love to hear about it. Yeah, it's very dependable on the data you want to save as well. Oh yeah, here is the problem. Yes. So when we bound the size here, so we can see here that we have this point here. That's the center point. Although I'm trying to make sense of the error I get here. I would assume 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh yeah, okay. So the diameter is 7 points, but for this patch we have this starting point, so we go up 7 points here because we don't actually know that this should be the starting point. We clamp the starting point, but when we get the height of the square, we don't take into account that this one is clamped. Okay, makes sense. What's up, Top 5? I'm good, I'm good. If it was me you're asking. How about you? How about you? Let's see here. Yeah, I will share my solution once I'm sure it's solid. So far right now, today, I'm happy. It's working really well. But like any pattern, it requires adheres to the pattern. Yeah, so like... How should I put this? Like handling persistent data. After implementing it once, I learned that I want to postpone it as long as I can. So like, I just want to dive into it when I'm sure that my game represents the data as I want it. Because I noticed that like doing changes to a persistency system sucks. Extending a persistency system also quite sucks. It's a big problem to tackle, indeed, indeed. Yeah, another thing, when I worked with my persistency data and like different versioning of my games, so as soon as you introduce something new into your game, maybe you need to extend the classes you're serializing and storing, and that means that you can't load the old data because how you serialize them has changed. So I've been trying to look into like working with strings like key and values more, and varying array sizes basically. That would be nice. But yeah, maybe you can hear I haven't looked too much into it, but yeah. Saving data should be last thing you implement. Your data will evolve so much you will constantly have to rewrite the saving script. Yeah, that's what I've been thinking as well. Although, like, I feel that creating tests that runs automatically is easier to do if you have a somewhat persistent data system in place, or it could be like a lot of your tests, loading tests and stuff like that could be simplified if it could rely on your persistent data system. But yeah, I don't know. Okay, so as to this problem, we need to tell this starting point that the radius is going to be less because you have been clamped. So I think we want to store some variables for this. Int x original is equal to int y original, or maybe let's name these x and y, and let's make this one x clamped, y clamped. X, y. And Actually, we don't... Could we, instead of doing this here, could we do x clamped or x minus x clamped? So first of all, here we want clamped, clamped, and then I wonder if we can do, instead of doing this, we do, oh yeah, we should be able to do x minus x, or actually, am I thinking about this correctly? So if we don't clamp this one at all, this will be 0, but then that's not correct. Okay, so this is not what we want to do. But we want to take... can we do... So this is the max we want, and then we want to take minus this one. Can we do this? So something like this, and then we should be able to skip math in here. Okay, so if it's not clamped, this one will be 0, so we will have this length. If we clamp it on the x direction, depends on, we want to do abs here as well, I think. So let's say that this one is on... This becomes -2 basically, and then we clamp it so it's at 0. So this one is -2, this is 0. So 0 minus 2, then ab, so we subtract it by 2, that's correct. And if we clamp it in the other direction, so let's say that this one is, we have a length of 100 and this is 102, and then we clamp it to this one, so we have 100, 102. This should work. So this is the clamping error, so whatever we remove, let's try it. We have the rect here. How the hell? Okay, we get an error here. That explains it. Okay, so now we get a problem that this one this is out of range. Okay, so the problem lies... Very interesting. Let's see. 5061. You can always use the Dreamworld approach of saving data. Now I'm intrigued. How did Dreamworld solve it? Or what does that refer to? Once I have it working, I will GitHub MIT expose it. Beautiful. Okay, so when? Okay, so the upper bound is wrong now. How the hell? We clamp it. Okay, this is apparently not enough. Let's see. So using enums, it's a joke. Yeah. Okay, so watch Kira's video on Dreamworld. Kira's video about Dreamworld. Yeah, I've never heard about Dreamworld either, but I'm interested. Okay, so what happens if origin as index here, y. This one is... Okay. This one is outside. Let's see. Origin is... Actually, it's within here. Oh, yeah. We don't clamp origin here. Fuck, so many problems here. So the origin we don't clamp, but we should clamp this one. Okay, so I guess the easiest approach to this would be x start. Why be fancy, right? So x start. Y start. And then we don't clamp it, we just do mathf min, mathf min. Oops. And we don't rename it here, so we might as well do let's do mathf and I also want to add a 0 here. So what we're doing here is we take origin minus radius as index length to get the start point, and then we check the start point can't be less than 0, okay? And then we do, so that is x start, y start, and then we want to figure out the endpoints as well, and that is what we're going to base the length on. So that is basically going to be int x end is equal to mathf. I want to take minimum here as well, and here we want to do x start plus 2 times radius as index length, and resolution dot x plus 1. And we don't want to take min here, we want to take max, of course. You guys never heard of Dreamworld? No, I haven't. They have a great explanation how they saved data in their game. And is it good or bad? Like, are you ironic when you say that it is good? And then we also have int y end, which we do exactly the same thing but with y and resolution y. Okay, this should probably be it. So when we create a rectangle, we can just do x start, x end minus x start, y end minus y start. This should be it, right? How can this go wrong? So x start, we take the origin, offset it by radius as index length, this has to be it, right? Ironically. Okay, I'm looking forward to it. I'm gonna look into it later on. But yeah, I've never heard about Dreamworld. I don't think. I might, once I see it, I might, like, you know, remember it. Now we have some error here still. That's fucking insane. Oh yeah, we do. I'm sorry about this. We do need clamp here. We need clamp here as well, I think. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. So mathf min won't cut it. Instead, we need. But the performance is back. Yeah. Okay, I'm pretty sure. It's a lot of back and forth here. Clamp. We want to clamp this one between 0 and resolution dot x plus 1. We want to do the same here, but y and y. And then we need to do the same here, but I'm gonna do it like this. X and y and we just do plus, plus. I watched a million YouTube videos on how to do it, and after consuming those, figured out the sweet spot, I think. I hope you're right, and I'm looking forward to seeing your implementation. Still errors, this is insane. How am I not able to solve this? Jesus. I don't get how... This is insane. Emphasis on I think right now. Okay, I get it. What's up, Unscripted Logic? Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a wonderful stream. Okay, I need to take a step back and look through this. How is this still wrong? So we take the origin as an index and we do minus radius as index, so we get the minimum x point and we clamp it between 0 and resolution x plus 1. Makes sense. Then we take y start and we do the same thing. And then we calculate y and x end and y end the same in the same way. How the hell does this result in an index out of bounds? I don't see it. But I don't see a lot of things. So it's this one that is out of range. Can this result in... Start should always be less than y end. Start should never be negative thanks to the clamping. So what do we have? 1024. 1024 times 1024. 1 million. Yeah, but we have 1024 times, or divided by 8 times 128. But we actually have 129 times 129. 6641. Yeah, and so 129 times 129, and here we have 122 plus 7. We get 129. Okay. So we got 129 in height. So that is 129 times 129 plus 24. Yeah. So the problem seems to be so it's this problem again. Less than or equal plus 1 here. This one should remove. I hope. Let's or actually no. Index. Yeah. One sec. Unscripted logic, terrain patches. Is this some terrain gen logic going on? Yes, one could say so. Trying to get some terrain terraforming in place. Rect width plus 1. So I'm wondering here. Yeah, we clamp it to resolution x plus 1, so we don't want to do this and this, I don't think. And or yeah. Yeah. I think we still want to do this. Or do we? Or do we? Fucking hell, we're going back and forth. This may be well beyond my understandings. Well, as it turns out, it's probably a little bit beyond my understanding as well. But that's what we're trying to fix. Okay, so we clamp it here. So X end. This means that the rect end can be Okay, we don't have any errors this time around, but now again we are missing a little bit of the data. We're missing the topmost and the rightmost. We don't have any errors, at least. That's good. But we're missing one row. Okay, this is very good. And the reason why we don't have the topmost and the bottommost is because it's because of this one right here. But if we do this, we might go out of bounds here, and it's a mess. So clamping rect with this one means that we are at the very end, I think. Yeah. So when it comes to I don't think we want to do this here. I don't think so. I think we want to avoid it here as well. Or no, one sec. Ah, this indexing. What the hell? Oh. X start. Okay, so worst case scenario, let's see here. Let's say that origin here is at the end. So origin is 0, or actually 129, 0, whatever. So y start is, and radius as index length is 2, so 1 start is 127, and y end then becomes 129 plus 2, but we clamp it to resolution plus 1, so 129. So then we do 129 minus 127 to get this one. So we get 2 here, which means that we go from 127 to 129. So our width is 2. So we do want to do this, right? 0. No, we don't. So now we take 2 steps. So we want to change this one to this again. So if this one is 2, 0, 1, yes. Index rect x plus I is true. This should be like this. This should be like this. Fuck this. I'll double check this one. Let's see. I haven't heard the joke, like asking what happened to Old Zealand, but isn't it some problem these days, or maybe it has been a problem for a long time, that New Zealand is missing from a lot of maps? That one I found pretty funny. Okay, so this indexing should be correct, but this results in us missing one line, I think. Yeah, we missed the last row and the last column, but it works. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so that needs to be fixed. Tasmania also gets lost on the maps as well. I don't even know. I don't even know if I've ever heard Tasmania previously in my entire life. Oh, so that's a little island. Below Australia. I guess it gets lost on maps for the same reason that New Zealand gets lost on the map. Old Zealand, however, I don't know why that one gets lost. New Zealand missing from maps. Okay, so it's because of the projection. the projection with Europe in the middle makes it so that New Zealand is just right at the edge. I guess that the same is true for Tasmania, and then the map makers just oversee it or something, I don't know. Okay, we don't get any errors here. I wonder though why. So from the center we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 steps to the left, 1, 2, 3, 4 steps to the right, and that's because we use less than. But we do this. Why end? Do we want to add 1 here, or does that fuck things up? One sec. X start, Y start. Tassie boy. Yeah, I can imagine it being quite insulting, not being on the world map. Yeah, the progress is moving at a snail's pace right now, but that's okay. I still don't fully understand why we're not getting origin minus, why we're missing a column and a row by doing this. If we add a column and a row by adding +1 here and +1 here and doing less than or equal to here, then we get an index out of bounds here. So it's a mismatch in the communication between the rectangle indices and the actual mesh and indices. And it's frustrating as fuck. I wonder though, that's the price you have to pay when you take one day break from streaming, I guess. Yeah, the start of today's stream was, I think I spent like 20 minutes just trying to understand all the things, where we left things on Tuesday afternoon. 20 minutes up in flames. Not that much compared to the time I've spent on this index issue. However, Oh, could it actually be? Yes. Does this make any sense? We don't want to clamp this. This is the highest value we want, okay? I think. This is the highest index. But then when we do this, we want to be able to go up to that index. But I don't know. I want this size. I don't know. Got a rogue index making the code wrong. Yes, something. I think we have a row of rogue indices. Come on. I don't see any red signs now, at least. That's... Oh, thank you. I think we got it. Beautiful. And it works. So this is where 4 terrain patches meet, and it works perfectly. Good. Oh, good. Okay, but this highlights. So like, now we have 2 methods here. We have get vertices within circle and get vertices within circle rect. This one took us 3 hours. This one like half a week. Especially this one. I learned a lot though, so I'm not complaining. It's just I think we're gonna do a performance check when we have everything else in place. So when we have the full pipeline of selecting an area and terraforming it, and we then take the timings of using this one and using this one. I don't think, first of all, like I don't think the performance gain here will be big enough to have made this worth it. I'm wondering if it might even be so small that like I'm questioning if it will be a performance gain at all, since we're doing a set of calculations here. But we're gonna have to find out. This was a learning experience nonetheless, so time lost but a little bit gained, however it turns out. But okay, so now when we have this vertices within circle rect, the most important part here isn't that we have this method here. This method more tests if this one is correct, and now we know that this one is correct. But does the dog barking come through on stream? Sounds like it's a fight going on outside here, but okay. But with the caveat that we need to do less than or equal to width here. But I think that makes sense. I think I want it like that. So, because now when we have get rect containing in circle, no, yeah, yes, Now we can use this method and send it onwards to terrain data container, this one. So we're gonna send in a texture brush, a brush strength, and the rectangle that this brush will cover. Wonder if I will have time to do this today. Let's see. So we're gonna do, let's see here, action terraform, general marker settings, header, brush settings. Brush, texture, serialize field, private, brush, float, brush, strength. Brush texture, brush strength. So we need to add one more. Let's see here. Update marker, private void terraform. And I think I have a function for this. Input handler dot primary input handler. Let's add some. Okay, I would love to get some testing in place today, but so the idea is to actually use don't we have them here? Oh, action references. So to actually use this one to prompt terraforming. Action references. I do so want to have the time to test this one today, but unfortunately I don't think we will. The idea is to, let's see here, action terraform. We have action terraform. Let's see, let's jump to action type. And what do we have here? Get index, get priority. I'd enjoy that lunch, Fabic. And talk to you later. Type. Okay, let's do consume equip. Let's do case action type terraform here as well. Get priority. Bye, Fabic. Thank you for stopping by today. or as always, let's see here, let's call it Terraform. Get inverse description. We're not gonna have an inverse description here. Okay, so what I should see now is when we hover above things, we should get a prompt. I think, let's see here, QE, I think it's E to Terraform. I wonder, and actually it would be nice to just generate our terrain once, generate it offline and then just keep it. That's probably the first thing I'm gonna do tomorrow, so it doesn't take this much time for us to enter. Why don't we have, oh, we have, but it's extremely hard to see. So we can see here Terraform E, but clicking E now will probably not do anything, because action Terraform wake start is ready to process returns true, start processing returns not implemented exception. Let's see if we have that. So E, yeah, we get an error, but actually do we get memory leak? Yeah. So yeah, the method or operation is not implemented. So as soon as we click start processing here, let's check action, try start processing, start processing, state processing. So here we want to call Terraform. And the idea is that we then do this again, but we might as well, I wonder if we want to cache this. Actually no. Oh, so many things. Let's see here, to do implement. Unfortunately, I'm running out of time for today's stream, but we're gonna continue right here tomorrow. I just need to leave some notes for me, the approach I want to take here. So it's basically going to be or actually, let's just leave it as at this. So I will be doing this one tomorrow, but I will also be doing a couple of things before this one. So it's gonna be I think I'm gonna start with something easy, just to get warmed up tomorrow, and it's going to be simplify terrain patch into square based layout. So right now we support rectangle shapes. To do implement persistence, yeah, that's a big to do comment. And I'm gonna be honest, I have a few issues like that on in my repository. Like simplifying terrain patch into square based layout, because right now we support rectangle shapes terrain patches, and that is unneeded. Actually, let's see, do we have persistent? I think I should have something like it. implement game persistence. One issue. Let's go. Simplify terrain patch into square-based layout. Implement terraformer marker as a shader, and implement action terraform.terraform method. So this is what we're gonna do tomorrow. Simplify terrain patch, so we're working with squares instead of rectangles. We're gonna simplify a lot of calculations. Then we're gonna convert rect to rectint. So we use rectint instead. Gonna simplify a lot of calculations, or gonna remove a lot of casts. Then we're gonna do the terraform marker. So this one, we're gonna implement it as a shader instead. Gonna be way nicer. And then finally, terraform. I might be a bit optimistic, thinking we might do all of these, but we'll see. Persistence is the work of the devil, I suppose. And on that note, we're gonna end today's stream, because I gotta run. But as I said, we'll be back tomorrow. We'll do all of these. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. Appreciate it, and have a great rest of this Thursday. Peace.